Hello there, dreamers of Hogwarts. Tonight, we journey beyond the ticking clocks of the Muggle world into a realm of magic, mystery, and memories hidden in candlelit corridors. I'll be your guide through the enchanted halls of Hogwarts, where portraits whisper secrets, staircases shift with purpose, and even silence holds a bit of spellwork. So, tuck in, dim the lights, and let the soft swish of robes and the hum of spells lull you into rest. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and explore our full Harry Potter playlist for more sleepy tales from the wizarding world. And if there's a magical moment you'd love to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Harry Potter, where dreams swirl like smoke from a wand. Thomas Blackwood had never considered himself particularly sentimental, Halbert standing in the forgotten storage room beneath Gryffindor Tower. Surrounded by decades of abandoned belongings, he felt the weight of memory settling around him like dust motes in lamplight. The room smelled of old parchment and lavender sachets, of time itself made tangible in the accumulated layers of student lives left behind. He'd come here on Professor McGonagall's suggestion, searching for a spare telescope after his own had suffered an unfortunate encounter with a haunting willow branch. Check the storage rooms, she'd said with that knowing look of hers. Sometimes the castle provides exactly what we need, though rarely what we expect. The trunk sat in the far corner, partially hidden beneath a moth-eaten Quidditch banner from 1973. It was made of rich walnut wood, its brass fittings green with age, and bore the initials, EB, carved into the lid with the careful precision of someone who took pride in their work. Thomas traced the letters with one finger, wondering who this EB had been, what stories lay locked within the trunk's depths. The lock had long since given up any pretense of security, opening with the gentlest pressure. Inside, Thomas found the archaeology of a magical education, textbooks with margins filled in fading ink, a collection of chocolate frog cards held together with a rubber band, a Gryffindor scarf knitted in a pattern he didn't recognize. And there, nestled in a bed of tissue paper that crackled at his touch, lay the quill. It was beautiful in the way that truly well-made things are beautiful, not showy or ornate, but perfect in its simplicity. The shaft was carved from what looked like phoenix feather, smooth and warm to the touch with veins of gold running through the translucent material like captured sunlight. The nib was silver, delicately shaped and unmarked by age, as if it had been waiting in pristine condition for exactly this moment. Beneath the quill, Thomas found a folded piece of parchment, yellow with age but still intact. The handwriting was careful, old-fashioned. To whoever finds this treasure, may it serve you as faithfully as it served me. The dreams it captures are worth more than gold. Edmund Blackwood, class of 1897. Thomas's breath caught in his throat. Blackwood, his own surname, though he'd never heard family stories that stretched back to the 1800s. His grandfather had died when Thomas was barely 7, leaving behind only vague memories of pipe smoke and gentle hands teaching him to tie his shoes. Could this Edmund be some forgotten relative, a great-great-grandfather whose existence had been lost to time and family relocations? The possibility made the quill feel suddenly precious in his palm. He closed the trunk carefully, tucking the parchment note into his robes alongside the quill. The telescope could wait. This felt more important somehow, like a gift from the past that demanded proper recognition. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Thomas claimed his usual corner by the fireplace, the spot where the armchair's worn velvet had been shaped by generations of students seeking solitude within community. The fire had burned down to glowing coals, casting everything in warm amber light that made the quill's golden veins seem to pulse with gentle life. It was well past midnight, the common room empty, except for the portraits sleeping in their frames and the occasional crackle from the dying fire. Thomas had spread his transfiguration notes across the small side table, preparing for tomorrow's essay on the theoretical foundations of inanimate to animate transformations. It was complex material, the kind that required complete concentration and left no room for the distractions of dormitory chatter. He'd chosen ordinary ink, black and practical, but as soon as the quill touched parchment, something extraordinary happened. The ink flowed not black but silver, pooling on the page like captured moonlight before forming itself into words. Thomas blinked, certain he was seeing things, but when he looked again, the silver remained. More concerning was what the quill had written. The theoretical foundations of transformation magic remind me of watching grandmother's cat Whiskers stretch himself from tabby to something almost liquid in the morning sun. Thomas frowned, scratching out the line with determination. This was serious academic work, not the place for childhood reminiscences. He started again, focusing intently on Gamp's third law of elemental transfiguration, but the quill seemed to have ideas of its own. Instead of the precise academic language he intended, it wrote, "Grandmother always said that changing one thing into another was less about force and more about understanding what both things truly were in their hearts." "This is ridiculous," Thomas muttered, but even as he said it, something in the words resonated. He could almost see his grandmother, not his actual grandmother, who died when he was 3, but some dream grandmother with flour-dusted hands and eyes that crinkled at the corners. The image felt more real than memory, more true than fact. Fatigue began to creep over him as the common room's warmth and the late hour took their toll. His eyelids grew heavy, and despite his best efforts to stay alert, Thomas felt himself drifting. The quill continued moving in his loosening grip, the silver ink flowing across the parchment in patterns that seemed to follow the rhythm of his slowing breath. When he woke, the fire had died to cold ashes and pale dawnlight was creeping through the windows. Thomas's neck ached from sleeping in the chair, and his hand was stiff around the quill's shaft. But spread across the table before him were 3 full pages of notes in that distinctive silver ink, written in his own handwriting, but containing words he had no memory of forming. The notes told a story, not about transfiguration theory in any academic sense, but about transformation as a living, breathing reality. They spoke of his dream grandmother's garden, where flowers changed their colors with the seasons not because they had to, but because change was joy made visible. They described the way morning mist transformed itself into dew, each droplet choosing its own blade of grass with the particularity of conscious decision. Woven throughout this gentle narrative were the actual principles Thomas needed to understand, Gamp's laws embedded in the story of how dream grandmother's preserves transformed summer fruit into winter comfort. Hall. The theoretical framework of consciousness transfer illustrated through the way Whiskers seemed to pour his cat self from one sunny spot to another as the light moved across the kitchen floor. Thomas read through the notes twice, his initial frustration giving way to something approaching wonder. The information was all there, every principle, every law, every theoretical foundation he needed for his essay. But it was presented in a language that spoke to something deeper than his academic mind, something that understood learning as more than memorization. He tried to remember writing any of it, and found only the vaguest impressions, dreams of a kitchen filled with golden light, the weight of a cat in his lap, hands that smelled of rosemary and contentment. It should have been impossible. He'd fallen asleep at his desk, not entered some elaborate dream state. Quills didn't write by themselves, and they certainly didn't access memories he'd never formed. But as Thomas gathered the notes to take to breakfast, he realized something remarkable. He understood the material, not just the surface facts, but the deeper principles underneath. The silver words had somehow bypassed his usual struggles with abstract theory and planted knowledge directly in his intuitive understanding. When he thought about transfiguration now, he didn't see formulas and laws. He saw the essential truth of things choosing to become other things, the willing dance between what is and what could be. At breakfast, Thomas found himself explaining transfiguration theory to a struggling third year with an ease that surprised them both. The words came naturally, as if he'd understood these concepts for years rather than hours. When Sarah McKinnon, his usual study partner, raised an eyebrow at his sudden fluency, Thomas could only shrug and say, "I had some help with my notes." That evening, Thomas returned to his corner chair with Potion's homework and a mixture of anticipation and wariness. The quill sat on the table where he'd left it, looking perfectly ordinary in the lamplight. Only the faintest hint of gold in its translucent shaft suggested anything unusual. He started with a straightforward assignment, a 2-foot essay on the properties of moonstone as a potion ingredient. Surely the quill couldn't transform something so factual into family mythology. But as soon as the silver ink began to flow, Thomas knew he was wrong. The essay became a recipe, not for any potion found in textbooks, but for his dream grandmother's famous silver cake, served only on the night of the new moon when wishes were said to rise with the steam from cooling loaves. Moonstone dust, the notes explained in dream grandmother's voice, was what gave the cake its particular shimmer and its ability to make children sleep peacefully even during thunderstorms. Thomas tried to stay awake this time, tried to direct the quill toward proper academic language, but the silver ink had its own will, and the warmth of the dying fire, combined with the day's exhaustion, proved stronger than his determination. He dozed despite himself, his head pillowing on his folded arms while the quill continued its silver dreaming across the parchment. This time, when dawn woke him, Thomas found 4 pages of the most extraordinary potions notes he'd ever seen. Every moonstone property was there, embedded in the story of dream grandmother's baking. The way moonstone enhanced intuitive magic was explained through the cake's ability to taste different to each person who ate it, showing them flavors they needed rather than flavors they expected. The stone's connection to lunar cycles was illustrated through the careful timing required for gathering ingredients, how certain herbs had to be picked at specific moon phases to carry their full power into the mixing bowl. But more than facts, the notes carried understanding. Thomas could feel the knowledge settling into his bones, becoming part of his intuitive grasp of how potions worked. When he thought of moonstone now, he didn't see a catalogue of properties. He saw the way ingredients could transform each other through proximity and intention, the way magic could be as nurturing and domestic as baking bread. Professor Snape's raised eyebrow when Thomas answered a complex question about lunar ingredient timing was worth every moment of confusion. For once, Thomas had spoken with confidence about potions, and the words had been not just correct but insightful. After a week of silver-inked dreams, Thomas could no longer pretend this was coincidence or elaborate self-deception. The quill was magic, not the flashy, obvious magic of textbook spells, but something subtler and more profound. It was teaching him through the language of memory and emotion, using dreams to bypass the anxious overthinking that usually trapped him in academic struggle. But it was Sarah who forced him to confront the implications. "Something's different about you," she said one evening, finding him in his corner with the quill poised over yet another assignment. "You've been, I don't know, calmer lately, more confident in class. What's going on?" Thomas hesitated, the quill warm in his hand. Sarah was practical-minded, the sort of person who organized her notes with color-coded tabs and approached magic with the systematic precision of a recipe. How could he explain that his homework had been writing itself through dreams of a grandmother who'd never existed? "I found this," he said finally, holding up the quill. "It belonged to a relative, I think. It helps with note-taking." Sarah examined the quill with the careful attention she gave to any new magical object, noting the unusual material and craftsmanship. "It's beautiful," she said. "But how does it help with notes?" Rather than explain, Thomas showed her. He set out his defense against the dark arts homework, an essay on protective charm theory that had been giving him nightmares of academic failure. Under Sarah's watchful eye, he began to write. The silver ink flowed smoothly, but this time Thomas was alert enough to observe the process. He could feel his intentions being translated through the quill into something richer and more personal. His essay on protective charms became a story about Dream Grandmother's house, where every window held a different ward and every doorway hummed with quiet magic designed not to harm intruders but to make them remember suddenly that they had better places to be. "Thomas," Sarah whispered, watching the silver words appear. That's not what you're thinking, is it?" "No," Thomas admitted, "but somehow it's what I mean to think, if that makes any sense." Sarah read over his shoulder as the story unfolded, her expression shifting from skepticism to fascination. The protective charm theory was all there, but explained through the metaphor of a home so filled with love that harm couldn't find purchase on its walls. The technical aspects of ward construction were illustrated through Dream Grandmother's careful placement of herbs and stones, each chosen not for its magical properties alone, but for the memories of safety and warmth it could hold. "This is extraordinary," Sarah breathed. "It's like the quill understands how you learn best and translates everything into that language." Thomas nodded, relieved to have someone else witness the quill's impossible gifts. "It only works when I'm relaxed, though. If I try to force it, nothing happens. I have to trust it. And it all makes sense. When you read it back, you understand the actual material. Better than I ever have before," Thomas said honestly. "It's like the quill finds the emotional truth behind every fact and shows me how they connect." Sarah was quiet for a long moment, watching the silver ink continue to flow as Thomas's conscious mind drifted towards sleep. "Could I try it?" she asked eventually. "Just to see." Thomas felt a surge of protective instinct toward the quill, but Sarah's expression held only curiosity and a kind of gentle longing that he recognized. She struggled too, in her own way, not with understanding material, but with the constant pressure she placed on herself for perfection. "Tomorrow," he said. "Let me finish this first." He dozed then, letting the quill complete its silver dreaming while Sarah watched in fascination. When dawn came and the story was complete, Thomas found that his understanding of protective magic had deepened in ways that went beyond academic knowledge. He could feel the theory in his bones now, could sense the emotional foundations that made some protections strong and others brittle. The next evening, Sarah brought her own struggles to the corner chair. Herbology had always been her weakest subject, the one area where her systematic approach seemed to fail her. Plants, she complained, didn't follow logical rules. They responded to variables she couldn't quantify, required intuitions she didn't possess. Thomas handed her the quill with something approaching ceremony. "Just start writing," he said. "Don't try to control it. Let it tell you what it wants to tell you." Sarah's first attempts were stilted, her natural desire for control fighting against the quill's intuitive methods. The silver ink sputtered and flowed unevenly, producing words that made little sense. But as the evening wore on and fatigue softened her rigid approach, something shifted. The quill began to write about Sarah's mother's garden, not Sarah's actual mother, who lived in a London flat without so much as a window box, but some dream mother with soil under her fingernails and an understanding of growing things that went deeper than knowledge. This dream mother spoke to plants the way other people spoke to friends, asking them what they needed rather than imposing human schedules upon their growth. Thomas watched Sarah's face as she read what the quill had written, saw the moment when frustration transformed into wonder. The herbology principles she'd been struggling with were all there, but presented as conversations between Dream Mother and her green companions. The way magical plants responded to emotional atmospheres was explained through stories of how the garden flourished when Dream Mother was happy and drooped when she was sad, not because plants were sentient in human terms, but because they were sensitive to the energy that surrounded them. "It's beautiful," Sarah whispered, tears gathering in her eyes. I always thought herbology was about memorizing properties and growth rates, but this makes it seem like the plants are partners instead of subjects." Thomas finished. "Like magic is relationship instead of domination." Sarah nodded, reading through the silver words again. "I can feel it," she said. "The way plants might experience time, the way they might understand care." It's not sentimental, it's practical in a way I never understood before. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the fire burn lower while Sarah absorbed her new understanding. Thomas felt a deep satisfaction, not just at sharing the quill's gifts, but at witnessing someone else's academic anxiety transform into genuine comprehension. Where do you think it comes from? Sarah asked eventually. The quill's power, I mean. Thomas pulled out the note he'd found with the quill, reading Edmund Blackwood's words aloud in the firelight. I think, he said slowly, that Edmund struggled the same way we do, and somehow he found a way to transform that struggle into something that could help others. Sarah traced the quill's golden veins with one finger. Do you think he's still present somehow? In the quill? I don't know, Thomas admitted, but I think his understanding is. His way of learning, his emotional approach to knowledge. Maybe that's what magic really is. Not just spells and potions, but ways of understanding that can be passed from one person to another. Over the following weeks, word spread quietly through Gryffindor Tower about Thomas and Sarah's remarkable improvement in their studies. Not through gossip or dramatic revelation, but through the subtle recognition that something had shifted in their approach to learning. They seemed calmer during lessons, more confident in their answers, less anxious about assignments. Other students began to seek them out, asking for study help with a desperation Thomas remembered all too well. He and Sarah developed a system. They would use the quill for their own work, then teach others using the understanding it had given them. They couldn't share the quill itself. It seemed to work only for one person at a time, and only when that person truly needed its particular gifts. But they could share the insights it provided, the emotional frameworks that made complex theories accessible. Thomas found himself explaining transfiguration through stories of change as natural joy, while Sarah helped struggling classmates understand herbology through the metaphor of partnership with growing things. Their favorite corner of the common room became an unofficial study sanctuary, a place where students could bring their academic anxieties and find not just answers but new ways of approaching questions. The atmosphere was different there, warmer somehow, more accepting of struggle and uncertainty. Professor McGonagall noticed, of course. She had a way of observing student progress with the same attention she gave to successful transfigurations, noting not just improved grades but the deeper changes that preceded them. Mr. Blackwood, she said one evening, approaching Thomas as he packed up his silver-inked notes. I'm curious about your recent academic transformation, not the improvement itself, that's obvious enough, but the method behind it. Thomas felt heat rise in his cheeks, uncertain how to explain the quill's gifts without sounding completely mad. I found a new way of taking notes, he said carefully, something that works better with how I learn. Professor McGonagall's sharp eyes took in the silver ink, the unusual quill, the note from Edmund Blackwood that Thomas had left visible on the table. Her expression shifted subtly, recognition dawning. Edmund Blackwood, she murmured. I should have realized. He was famous for his unconventional teaching methods back when he was a professor here. This was after his student days, of course, in the early 1900s. He believed that magical education should adapt to the student rather than forcing the student to adapt to arbitrary standards. Thomas stared at her. He was a professor, here at Hogwarts, oh yes, taught magical theory until he retired. His colleagues thought his methods were far too emotional, too personal for proper academic instruction. But his students, Professor McGonagall smiled with the kind of warmth usually reserved for successful seventh-year transfigurations. His students understood magic in ways that went deeper than textbook knowledge. They became the kind of wizards who could adapt spells intuitively, who understood the why behind the how. She picked up the quill, examining it with professional interest. This is his work, I'd wager. He was always creating teaching tools that responded to emotional needs rather than academic requirements. The other professors disapproved, said he was coddling students instead of preparing them for the real world. What happened to him? Thomas asked, feeling suddenly protective of his unknown relative. He lived quietly after retirement, continued his research into emotional approaches to magical education. Never published much, said the academic establishment wasn't ready for his ideas. But he left behind tools like this, ways of learning that could survive even when the methods were forgotten. Professor McGonagall set the quill down carefully. Use it well, Mr. Blackwood. Your ancestor would be proud to see his work continuing to help students find their own ways of understanding. As winter deepened and the castle settled into the quiet rhythm of study and contemplation, Thomas and Sarah's evening sessions with the quill became a cherished routine. They took turns sharing the quill's gifts while helping each other integrate the unique insights it provided. Thomas's dreams grew richer, populated by an extended family of memory that felt more real than his actual relatives. Dream Grandmother was joined by Dream Grandfather, a gentleman who taught him magical theory through bedtime stories about wizards who learned to cast spells by understanding what magic wanted rather than forcing it into predetermined forms. Sarah discovered her own dream family, the gardening mother who'd never existed, or whose wisdom about growing things transformed Sarah's relationship with herbology entirely. She began to excel, not just in assignments, but in the practical work, her plants thriving under her newly intuitive care. Other students noticed the change in atmosphere around their study corner. The anxiety that usually plagued pre-exam periods seemed muted there, replaced by something approaching curiosity about learning itself. Students who'd never spoken to each other began forming impromptu study groups, sharing insights and offering encouragement. Thomas realized one evening that the quill had done more than improve his grades. It had changed his relationship with knowledge itself, transforming learning from a battle against his own inadequacies into a conversation with ideas that could be met with openness rather than defensiveness. "I think," he said to Sarah as they watched the fire burn low, "that Edmund understood something important about magic. It's not about being brilliant or naturally gifted. It's about being willing to learn in whatever way actually works, even if that way seems strange to other people." Sarah nodded, the quill resting warm between her palms. The Dream Mother always says that every person has their own way of understanding, just like every plant has its own way of growing. The trick is creating conditions where that natural way can flourish. They sat in comfortable silence, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of generations of students who'd struggled and learned and grown within these walls. Outside, snow fell in gentle spirals past the windows, each flake finding its own path to the ground with the particularity of conscious choice. Thomas thought about Edmund Blackwood, creating tools of understanding for future students he'd never meet, about the chain of care that connected them across decades. Edmund's insights flowing through the quill to Thomas and Sarah, then radiating outward to touch other students who would carry those gifts forward in their own ways. The quill pulsed gently with captured firelight, ready for tomorrow's dreams, tomorrow's silver-inked translations of anxiety into understanding. And Thomas knew that whatever challenges his remaining years at Hogwarts might bring, he carried within himself now the unshakable knowledge that learning could be gentle, that struggle could be transformed into growth, that the most profound magic often wore the disguise of simple kindness. In the depths of the castle, where forgotten rooms hold the treasures of ages past, another mystery awaits discovery. As our young scholars rest in the wisdom of dreams made manifest, time itself prepares to slow its relentless march for those who need its gift most urgently. Join us for the Slowtime study group. The forgotten classroom on the 7th floor had been empty so long that dust motes danced in its air like tiny stars caught in amber light. Cobwebs draped the corners with delicate artistry, and the mismatched furniture, remnants from different eras of Hogwarts history, sat arranged in no particular order, as if time itself had lost interest in maintaining proper organization within these walls. It was here, in this place where neglect had softened into something approaching peace, that 5 desperate students found themselves on a Tuesday evening in late November, each carrying the weight of impending OWL examinations like stones in their hearts. Priya Patel arrived first, her Ravenclaw robes rustling with the nervous energy that had been her constant companion for weeks. She clutched a leather satchel stuffed so full of notes and textbooks that parchment corners poked out like accusatory fingers. Her dark eyes held the particular brightness of someone who had been drinking too much coffee and sleeping too little, the kind of brittle alertness that preceded complete collapse. Marcus Holloway followed, his Hufflepuff badge catching the last light from the corridor windows. Where Priya vibrated with anxiety, Marcus carried his exhaustion like a heavy cloak, his usually cheerful demeanor worn thin by weeks of trying to help everyone else while neglecting his own studies. His gentle nature made him a natural confidant, which meant his study time had been fractured by a dozen desperate classmates seeking comfort and assistance. David Chen bounded into the room with the restless energy typical of Gryffindor House, though tonight that energy felt more frantic than brave. His confidence had been shaken by a series of disappointing practice exam scores, and he'd begun to doubt the instinctive approach to magic that had always served him well. Behind his forced smile lurked the fear that perhaps bravery wasn't enough, that some challenges required more methodical preparation than his nature preferred. Elena Volkov entered with the controlled precision that marked her as Slytherin through and through, but even her carefully maintained composure couldn't hide the tension in her shoulders. She'd built her academic reputation on strategic planning and calculated success, but the sheer volume of OW, Elena material had overwhelmed even her systematic approach. For someone who prided herself on always having a plan, the prospect of failure felt like a fundamental betrayal of her identity. Jamie Morrison slipped in last so quietly that the others barely noticed their arrival. The quiet Hufflepuff had spent most of their Hogwarts years in the shadows, cast by more confident classmates, content to observe and learn without drawing attention. But observations and passive learning felt inadequate now, when active demonstration of knowledge would determine their future paths. They'd found this room through a combination of desperation and chance, each having exhausted the usual study spaces. The library's tension had become unbearable, filled with the desperate whispers of other OWL students and the oppressive weight of collective anxiety. The common rooms buzzed with nervous energy that made concentration impossible. Even the empty classrooms they'd tried held echoes of academic pressure that seemed to seep from the very stones. "This will have to do," Priya said, setting her overstuffed bag on a scarred wooden desk that had witnessed decades of student struggles. "At least it's quiet." The room accepted their presence with the patience of a space long accustomed to solitude. Dust motes continued their lazy dance, undisturbed by the arrival of 5 more temporary inhabitants. The mismatched chairs, a delicate Victorian piece beside a sturdy oak bench, a modern desk chair next to an ancient high-backed throne that might have belonged to a medieval lord, seemed to welcome them with the tolerance of furniture that had seen every permutation of student desperation. Marcus conjured soft light with a whispered Lumos Maxima, the warm glow settling into the room like honey into tea. The spell felt different here somehow, less harsh than usual, as if the abandoned classroom knew how to gentle even artificial illumination into something approaching comfort. "Right," Elena said, pulling out her color-coded revision schedule with the precision of a military strategist. "We have exactly 47 days until our first OWL. If we divide the material systematically and maintain optimal study efficiency, we might actually survive this." David laughed, but the sound held more desperation than humor. "Optimal study efficiency. Listen to yourself, Elena. We're not machines. We can't just process information like some sort of academic factory. What would you suggest instead?" Elena's voice carried the sharp edge it took on when her methods were questioned. "Hope, luck, trust that everything will work out through the power of positive thinking." "Maybe," David shot back, his own stress bleeding into aggression. "Maybe if we stopped panicking and trusted our instincts." "Instincts don't pass examinations," Priya interrupted, her usually melodious voice tight with strain. "We need more time, that's all there is to it. More time to study, more time to prepare, more time to actually understand everything we're supposed to have learned in 5 years of education." The words hung in the air like an incantation, heavy with longing and desperation. More time. The impossible dream of every student who'd ever faced the crushing weight of accumulated knowledge demanding to be learned, understood, and perfectly recalled under pressure. Jamie, who had remained silent through the exchange, spoke for the first time since entering the room. "I wish we could just slow everything down," they said quietly. "Make time move the way we need it to, instead of rushing past while we're still trying to catch up." As those words settled into the dusty silence, something in the room seemed to shift. It was subtle at first, a change in the quality of light, perhaps, or the way sound seemed to carry. The dust motes in the air appeared to slow their eternal dance, each particle tracing languid spirals through the golden illumination. Priya noticed it first, her sharp mind always attuned to anomalies. She was turning a page of her arithmancy notes when the parchment seemed to resist, moving through the air as if submerged in something thicker than atmosphere. "Did you feel that?" she whispered, her eyes wide with a mixture of hope and disbelief. The others looked up from their books, and in that moment of collective attention, the phenomenon became undeniable. Marcus's quill, which he'd been twirling between his fingers in nervous habit, completed its rotation with dreamlike slowness. David's restless foot-tapping created a rhythm so measured it felt like meditation. Elena's precisely organized notes seemed to shimmer in the gentle light, each word distinct and unhurried. Outside the tall windows, the world continued at its normal pace. They could see students crossing the grounds with ordinary speed, their cloaks billowing in wind that moved at the proper rate of wind. But inside the forgotten classroom, time itself seemed to have taken a deep, peaceful breath. "This is impossible," Elena said, but her voice carried wonder rather than skepticism. She dropped her quill deliberately, watching it fall like a feather toward the floor, taking long seconds to complete a journey that should have lasted a blink. Jamie stood carefully, moving to the window to confirm what they all suspected. The external world rushed by at normal speed while their internal space existed in some pocket of temporal grace. "It's real," they breathed. "Time really is different here." The implications hit them simultaneously. More time, the impossible gift they'd all craved, had somehow been granted. But as they settled back into their books with eager anticipation, something frustrating became apparent. When they rushed through material, trying to cram as they always had, time snapped back to its normal, relentless pace. The magical slowness only returned when they worked with deliberate care, when they took time to truly understand rather than simply memorize. David discovered this first, attacking his defense against the dark arts notes with his usual impatient energy. The moment his studying became frantic, time resumed its ordinary speed, leaving him feeling rushed and scattered. But when Marcus leaned over to explain a concept David was struggling with, when their interaction became collaborative rather than competitive, the slow time returned like a gentle tide. "It's not just giving us more time," Marcus realized, his voice filled with quiet wonder. "It's teaching us how to use time properly." Old Priya fought against this realization with every fiber of her systematic mind. She'd built her academic identity on efficiency, on processing maximum information in minimum time. The idea that slowing down might actually be more productive felt like heresy. She tried to force her usual speed reading technique, but the words seemed to slide away from her consciousness, refusing to form lasting memories. Only when she set down her book and actually listened to Jamie's hesitant question about transfiguration theory, really listened, with patience and attention, did the temporal magic embrace her. And in that embrace, she found something she hadn't expected, genuine understanding blooming, where frantic memorization had planted only shallow roots. The room seemed to respond to their growing awareness with subtle changes. The mismatched furniture began to rearrange itself, though so gradually that they barely noticed the movement. Chairs shifted closer together, desks angled to encourage shared reading. The ancient high-backed throne positioned itself where it could oversee their collaborative efforts, like a benevolent supervisor. Elena was the last to surrender her rigid approach, clinging to her color-coded schedules and optimization strategies, even as they proved increasingly useless. She watched with growing frustration as the others discovered the magic's true nature. It rewarded generosity of spirit, patience with struggle, the willingness to prioritize understanding over coverage. Her breakthrough came when Jamie began crying over a particularly difficult potions problem. Not dramatic tears, but the quiet despair of someone who had reached their absolute limit. Elena's first instinct was impatience. Emotional displays wasted precious study time. But something in Jamie's hopeless expression touched a memory of her own struggles, back when she'd first arrived at Hogwarts with nothing but determination and the desperate need to prove herself worthy of being here. Without conscious decision, Elena found herself moving to sit beside Jamie, her voice gentling as she began to explain the problem with the kind of patient care she usually reserved for her own learning. And as she spoke, watching understanding dawn in Jamie's grateful eyes, time slowed around them like honey, like peace made tangible. The magic deepened as the weeks passed, becoming less novelty and more sanctuary. The forgotten classroom transformed itself gradually, growing cushions that appeared overnight, providing endless supplies of tea and biscuits that materialized whenever someone looked particularly stressed, developing perfect lighting that adapted to their circadian rhythms and emotional needs. But the most profound transformation was in the students themselves. Marcus discovered that his natural gift for patient explanation was actually a form of magic in its own right. When he helped others understand difficult concepts, he found his own knowledge becoming more solid, more intuitively accessible. Or the slowtime rewarded his generosity by making his teaching moments feel timeless, allowing him to savor the joy of shared discovery. Priya learned to appreciate the difference between information and wisdom, between coverage and comprehension. Her systematic mind adapted to value depth over breadth, finding that concepts learned in the room's temporal embrace lasted far longer than facts crammed in ordinary time. She began to understand that her intelligence was not diminished by slowing down, but rather enriched by it. David found peace in the room's insistence on collaboration over competition. His natural leadership transformed from the need to be first and best into the desire to help everyone succeed together. In the slow time, his instinctive grasp of magical principles became a gift he could share rather than an advantage he needed to protect. Elena discovered that true strategic thinking required the patience to understand problems completely before attempting solutions. Her planning abilities, refined by the room's temporal lessons, became more sophisticated and genuinely helpful. She learned to see fellow students not as competition but as resources in the best sense, people whose different strengths could complement her own. Jamie blossomed in the environment of patient acceptance, finding their voice as their confidence grew. In the slowtime sanctuary, their questions were never stupid, their pace never inadequate. They became the group's conscience, the one who noticed when someone was pushing too hard or neglecting self-care, whose gentle reminders helped maintain the balance that kept their temporal gift flowing. The room taught them rituals without their realizing they were learning them. Tea breaks became sacred pauses that refreshed both mind and magic. Explanation sessions transformed into collaborative explorations where teacher and student roles flowed seamlessly between them. Even their arguments, for they still disagreed, still felt stress and frustration, became gentler in the slow time, allowing space for understanding to grow between opposing viewpoints. Other students occasionally discovered their sanctuary, drawn by rumors of the strange calm that seemed to surround the 5 OWL candidates. But most found the temporal magic unsettling, too different from their expectations of how studying should feel. They would leave after a few minutes, muttering about the weird atmosphere and the way time seemed wrong in the forgotten classroom. Those who stayed were the ones who needed the room's particular gifts, the anxious overachievers who had forgotten that learning could be joyful, the struggling students who had internalized the message that they were fundamentally inadequate, the brilliant minds trapped by their own perfectionism. The room welcomed them all, expanding its temporal embrace to include any sincere seeker of understanding. Professor McGonagall noticed, of course. It was impossible to hide the transformation that had overtaken 5 of her most stressed students. Where once they had been brittle with anxiety, they now carried themselves with quiet confidence. Their questions in class became more thoughtful, their magical work more intuitive. Most tellingly, they had begun to help other students with a patience and skill that spoke of deep understanding rather than mere academic success. She found the forgotten classroom one evening in late February, drawn by the soft light visible through its windows and the sense of purposeful calm that seemed to emanate from within. She stood in the doorway, observing the remarkable scene. 5 students arranged around a table that seemed to have grown from the accumulated furniture of ages, their heads bent together over a particularly complex charms problem, time flowing around them like visible silk. "Remarkable," she murmured, and at the sound of her voice the temporal field shimmered and returned to normal speed. The students looked up with the guilty expressions of those caught in some forbidden act, but Professor McGonagall's smile reassured them. "Please, continue," she said. "I merely wanted to observe this phenomenon I've been hearing whispers about." "Professor," Elena began nervously, "we didn't mean to discover one of Hogwarts' most subtle teaching chambers." Professor McGonagall interrupted gently. "This room has been waiting for the right students for nearly a century. It was created by a professor who believed that time itself could be a teaching tool, that the pressure we place upon learning often destroys the very understanding we seek to create." She stepped fully into the room, and the temporal field began to reform around her presence, recognizing in her the same patient wisdom that had first called it into being. The magic here responds to genuine collaborative spirit, to the understanding that education is not a competition but a shared journey toward understanding. Marcus found his voice first. Are we in trouble for using it?" Professor McGonagall's laugh was warm with genuine pleasure. "Quite the opposite, Mr. Holloway. You've discovered what this room was meant to teach, that the most profound learning happens not when we race against time, but when we make peace with it." She gestured to the transformed space around them, the comfortable furniture and gentle light, the sense of infinite patience that seemed built into the very walls. "This magic cannot be forced or commanded. It comes only to those who understand that true education is an act of mutual care, that the goal is not to hoard knowledge but to cultivate wisdom that can be shared." As spring arrived and OWL examinations loomed closer, the 5 students found they no longer dreaded the approaching tests. Their relationship with learning had been fundamentally altered by months of slow-time study, by the understanding that knowledge gained through patience and collaboration was far more durable than information crammed through desperation. The room had taught them to trust their own rhythms, to value depth over speed, to find joy in the process of discovery rather than anxiety about the destination. When they did practice exams now, they approached them with calm curiosity rather than frantic energy, finding that their slow-learned knowledge was readily accessible under pressure. More importantly, they had learned to carry the room's lessons into their ordinary lives. Even when studying in normal time, they maintained the collaborative spirit and patient approach that had unlocked the temporal magic. They formed study groups in other locations, teaching fellow students the techniques they had discovered, spreading the understanding that learning could be gentle without being easy, thorough without being rushed. The forgotten classroom remained their sanctuary, their refuge from the increasing tension that gripped the castle as examination season approached. But they no longer needed it desperately. They carried its gifts within themselves now, the knowledge that time was an ally rather than an enemy. That understanding bloomed best in soil prepared by patience and watered by mutual support. On their last evening before OWLs began, they gathered in the room for a final session, not to cram any remaining facts, but to simply sit together in the slow-time silence, feeling the weight of shared accomplishment and mutual gratitude. The room seemed to glow with particular warmth that night, its temporal field deeper and more peaceful than ever before. "Thank you," Jamie said quietly, addressing not just their friends but the room itself, the magic that had saved them from their own anxieties and taught them new ways of learning and being. The others nodded, each feeling the truth of those words in their hearts. They had come to this forgotten classroom as desperate individuals, competitors in the harsh race of academic achievement. They were leaving as something far more valuable, a community of learners who understood that the greatest magic was not in spells or potions, but in the willingness to grow together, to support each other's struggles, and to find joy in the endless journey of understanding. As they packed their books for the final time, the room began to shift around them, returning to its original configuration of mismatched furniture and patient dust motes. But the magic remained, woven now into their own beings, ready to be shared with future students who would discover their own forgotten classrooms and their own ways of making peace with time. The Slowtime study group had learned the most important lesson of all, that education at its best was not about racing against limitations, but about transforming limitations into opportunities for deeper understanding. And that lesson, once truly learned, would serve them far beyond any examination, far beyond Hogwarts itself, into whatever futures they chose to create. In the quiet corners of the castle, where knowledge takes root and grows in unexpected ways, another story awaits discovery. As our young scholars rest in the wisdom of time well spent, magical cards shuffle themselves with patient intelligence, ready to offer understanding through gentle conversation rather than harsh interrogation. Join us for gentle quiz cards. Luna Lovegood sat cross-legged on her dormitory floor, surrounded by a constellation of blank parchment cards that seemed to glow softly in the afternoon light streaming through the Ravenclaw Tower windows. Her pale hair caught the golden rays like spun moonbeams, and her protuberant eyes held the distant focus of someone listening to music only she could hear. History of magic had always been her most challenging subject, not because she lacked intelligence. Her mind was sharp as cut crystal, merely angled differently than most, but because Professor Binns's drone had a way of making even the most fascinating historical events sound like inventory lists read by a particularly monotonous ghost, which, Luna reflected with characteristic directness, was exactly what they were. The cards before her were cut from parchment she'd prepared herself, each one soaked in moon water and dried under starlight according to instructions she'd found in a book of household charms that most students overlooked in favor of flashier magic. She'd hoped the lunar influence might help with memory retention, though she suspected the real magic would come from her own peculiar approach to spellwork. Luna had always been drawn to the spaces between conventional magic and personal intuition, the places where intention mattered more than perfect wand movement. Her spells often worked in ways that surprised even her, taking her emotional state and transforming it into magical reality through pathways that defied traditional understanding. As she lifted her wand to begin the enchantment, she found herself thinking not of memorization or academic success, but of comfort, of the feeling she'd had as a small child when her mother would tell her bedtime stories, transforming historical figures into friends who might visit for tea and conversation, of the way understanding bloomed naturally when information was offered as gift rather than demand. Gentilis comprehendere, she whispered, adding her own improvised Latin to the basic animation charm she'd learned in second year. The words felt right on her tongue, carrying the weight of sincere intention rather than textbook precision. The effect was immediate and far more profound than she'd anticipated. The cards began to shimmer with their own soft light, each one taking on a subtle personality as the magic settled into the parchment fibers. They didn't simply animate, they awakened, becoming something between study tool and gentle companion. Luna picked up the first card, which had been intended for questions about the Goblin rebellions, and nearly dropped it in surprise when it spoke in a voice like her grandmother's morning tea preparations, warm, unhurried, and faintly amused. "Good afternoon, dear," the card said, its words appearing in flowing silver script across its surface. "You look tired. Perhaps we might start with something pleasant. Tell me, what do you imagine it felt like to wake up on the morning after the first snow in 1627, when Grinda Clearwater invented the warming charm?" Luna blinked, charmed despite her confusion. This wasn't the sort of question she'd expected. factual, demanding, focused on dates and consequences. Instead, it invited her to imagine, to step into history as a lived experience rather than an academic exercise. "I think," Luna said slowly, settling back against her bed pillows. It felt like the kind of morning where you realize that being cold isn't just something that happens to you, but something you might choose to change. Like discovering you have more power than you thought. The card's glow brightened approvingly. "Exactly right, dear. And why do you suppose Grinda chose to share her discovery rather than keeping it for herself?" The conversation continued for nearly an hour, the card guiding Luna through the social and political implications of the warming charm's invention with the patient skill of a beloved teacher. But more than that, it seemed to sense when Luna grew tired or overwhelmed, offering encouragement and sometimes suggesting she take a break for tea or a walk around the tower. By evening, Luna had discovered that each card had developed its own distinct personality, adapted somehow to different aspects of historical study. The medieval period card spoke like a wise village elder, full of stories about how people lived and loved and struggled through centuries past. The Renaissance card bubbled with enthusiasm about art and discovery, asking Luna to imagine what it might feel like to see magic and mundane creativity flowering together. Most remarkably, the card seemed attuned to her emotional state in ways that went beyond simple responsiveness. When Luna felt stressed about an upcoming assignment, the cards would shift their approach from questioning to storytelling, transforming difficult historical concepts into soothing narratives that settled knowledge into her mind like gentle rain soaking into thirsty earth. The first person to witness the card's unusual abilities was Rebecca Clearwater, a fifth-year Slytherin who found Luna tucked into a corner of the library 3 days later, deep in conversation with what appeared to be an animated piece of parchment. Rebecca had been drowning in her own academic pressures, her perfectionist nature turning every assignment into a source of crushing anxiety. She'd been searching for a quiet study spot when she overheard Luna's side of what sounded like the most peaceful discussion of the Statute of Secrecy's implementation she'd ever encountered. "Excuse me," Rebecca interrupted, her curiosity overriding her usual social caution. "What exactly are you doing?" Luna looked up with the serene expression she wore when emerging from deep focus, as if she'd been meditating rather than studying. "Oh, hello, Rebecca. I'm having a chat with my history cards about why wizards decided to hide from muggles. This one thinks it was mostly about fear, but I wonder if it wasn't also about kindness, protecting muggles from magic they weren't ready to understand." Rebecca stared at the card in Luna's hand, which was indeed glowing softly and seemed to be waiting patiently for Luna to return to their conversation. "Your cards talk to you." "Of course," Luna said matter-of-factly, though they're much more interested in understanding than testing. "Would you like to try one? They seem to adapt to whoever's using them." Rebecca's academic desperation overcame her skepticism. She'd been struggling with history of magic herself, her systematic approach to learning foundering against the sheer volume of information and the way Professor Binns managed to drain all life from even the most dramatic historical events. Luna offered her a card that had been glowing with particular warmth, one intended for questions about magical lore development. The moment Rebecca's fingers touched the parchment, she felt a subtle shift, as if the card was taking her measure and adjusting itself accordingly. "Good evening," the card said in a voice that reminded Rebecca of her favorite professor from her Muggle primary school, firm but kind, with expectations that felt supportive rather than demanding. "You seem quite worried about something. Shall we start gently?" What followed was the most pleasant study session Rebecca had experienced in years. The card asked questions, yes, but they were questions designed to lead her toward understanding rather than expose her ignorance. When she struggled with a concept, the card would offer a different approach, sometimes turning abstract legal principles into stories about real people making difficult choices. More remarkably, the card seemed to sense when Rebecca's perfectionist anxiety was building and would shift tactics accordingly. It might tell her an encouraging story about a historical figure who had also struggled with self-doubt, or simply suggest they take a moment to breathe and remember that learning was meant to be a conversation, not a battle. How do they know? Rebecca asked Luna as they packed up their books. The cards, I mean. How do they know exactly what I need to hear? Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. I think they remember what it feels like to need comfort while learning. Magic has memory, you know, and kindness tends to recognize itself. Word spread quietly through the castle about Luna's remarkable study cards carried by students who had witnessed their gentle effectiveness firsthand. Unlike typical academic gossip, which often focused on competition and comparison, the stories about Luna's cards emphasized their nurturing qualities and their ability to transform studying from ordeal into genuine engagement. The cards adapted to each new user with remarkable sensitivity. For anxious students, they became sources of calm reassurance, asking questions in ways that built confidence rather than tested knowledge. For perfectionists like Rebecca, they offered permission to be imperfect while learning, celebrating small understandings and treating mistakes as interesting detours rather than failures. Students who struggled with traditional learning methods found the cards particularly magical. Visual learners discovered that the cards would spontaneously generate simple illustrations to accompany their questions. Students who learned through movement found that the cards encouraged them to act out historical events or walk while thinking through problems. But perhaps most remarkably, the cards seemed to understand when someone needed emotional support more than academic instruction. They would ask about students' feelings, offer gentle encouragement, and sometimes transform their questions into affirming statements disguised as historical inquiry. Marcus Webb, a struggling fourth year who had been convinced he was simply bad at history, experienced this firsthand when a card spent an entire session helping him understand that his difficulty memorizing dates didn't mean he lacked historical understanding. The card guided him to see that his natural empathy for people's struggles across time was actually a profound form of historical intelligence. You understand the heart of history, the card told him warmly. The dates are just bookmarks. The real story is in the human experiences you connect with so easily. Luna found herself at the center of an informal network of students who gathered around her cards like flowers turning towards sunlight. Study groups formed naturally in cozy corners of the castle, with students sharing cards and helping each other work through difficult concepts in the spirit of collaboration the cards seemed to encourage. The Ravenclaw Common Room became an unofficial headquarters for these gentle study sessions, its comfortable chairs and peaceful atmosphere providing the perfect environment for the cards' nurturing magic. Students from all houses began to appear, drawn by stories of study methods that offered understanding without judgment, support without competition. Professor Flitwick noticed the change first, his sharp eyes detecting the shift in his students' approach to learning. Assignments that had previously been sources of stress were now met with curious engagement. Class discussions became more thoughtful, with students asking questions that showed deep consideration rather than surface preparation. When he inquired about this remarkable transformation, he was directed to Luna and magical study cards. He found her one evening in the common room, surrounded by a small group of students who were engaged in what appeared to be a cross-house history study session that felt more like a storytelling circle than academic preparation. "Miss Lovegood," he said gently, not wanting to interrupt the peaceful scene, "might I examine these remarkable cards I've been hearing about?" Luna looked up with her characteristic dreamy smile, and offered him a card that had been glowing with particular warmth. The moment it touched his hand, Professor Flitwick felt the same gentle adjustment that all users experienced, the card adapting to his decades of teaching experience and his deep understanding of how magical learning truly worked. "Fascinating," he murmured as the card introduced itself in a voice that carried the wisdom of centuries of magical education. "This is remarkably sophisticated charm work, Miss Lovegood. The cards appear to be using a form of empathetic magic I've only read about in theoretical texts. They listen," Luna said simply, "not just to what people say, but to what they need." I think that's what real education should do, don't you? Professor Flitwick spent the next hour observing how the cards interacted with different students, marveling at their ability to provide exactly the right type of support for each individual. They celebrated small victories, offered comfort during moments of confusion, and somehow managed to make even the most reluctant students feel capable and valued. This magic responds to genuine care, he told Luna as the study session wound down. You've created something quite special here, educational tools that prioritize emotional well-being alongside academic growth. Luna nodded thoughtfully. Mother always said that the best teaching happens when people feel safe enough to be curious instead of scared. I wanted cards that could provide that safety. As winter deepened and the pressure of approaching examinations intensified throughout the castle, Luna's gentle quiz cards became increasingly precious to the students who had discovered them. While others cramped frantically or despaired over their lack of preparation, the card users maintained a calmer approach to their studies. The cards had taught them to trust their own learning processes, to value understanding over memorization, to see mistakes as information rather than condemnation. More importantly, they had created a community of learners who supported each other's growth without the competitive edge that usually characterized academic interaction. Rebecca found herself becoming something of an ambassador for the card's approach, helping other perfectionists learn to be gentler with themselves during study sessions. She'd discovered that the card's emphasis on self-compassion had transformed not just her relationship with history of magic, but her entire approach to learning. The cards taught me that being kind to myself isn't the same as being easy on myself, she explained to a group of stressed fifth years who had asked for her advice. Actually, self-compassion made me more willing to engage with difficult material because I wasn't afraid of being punished for not knowing everything immediately. Marcus had become the card's most enthusiastic advocate among students who struggled with traditional study methods. His natural empathy, once a source of academic insecurity, had been reframed by the cards as a genuine strength. He now helped other students recognize their own unique forms of intelligence and learn to work with rather than against their natural tendencies. The informal study groups that had formed around the cards began to take on lives of their own, with students carrying the cards' lessons into other subjects and other areas of their lives. The collaborative spirit they'd learned spread throughout their academic work, creating ripples of positive change that extended far beyond history of magic. But the card's most profound impact was on individual students' relationships with learning itself. They had transformed studying from a solitary struggle into a supported journey, from a test of worthiness into an exploration of curiosity. Students who had once dreaded academic work found themselves genuinely excited to engage with new concepts. Luna watched these transformations with quiet satisfaction, pleased that her intuitive approach to magic had created something genuinely helpful for her fellow students. She'd never intended to revolutionize magical education. She'd simply wanted to make studying feel less lonely and more kind. The cards continued to evolve, developing new personalities and approaches as they interacted with more students. Some became specialized for particular types of learners, while others remained generalists capable of adapting to any user's needs. They seemed to learn from each interaction, growing more sophisticated in their ability to provide exactly the right kind of support at exactly the right moment. Professor McGonagall discovered the card's influence when she noticed the remarkable improvement in cross-house cooperation during group projects. Students who had learned collaboration through the cards carried that spirit into all their academic work, creating an atmosphere of mutual support that enhanced everyone's learning. It's quite remarkable, she confided to Professor Flitwick during one of their regular discussions about student progress. The competitive atmosphere that usually characterizes examination preparation has been replaced by something far more collaborative and ultimately more effective. When she investigated the source of this positive change, she was directed to Luna's gentle quiz cards and the study culture they had fostered. She found herself impressed not just by the magical sophistication of the cards themselves, but by the wisdom embedded in their approach to learning. "You've rediscovered something important, Miss Lovegood," she told Luna during a quiet conversation after class. "The understanding that emotional support and academic rigor aren't opposing forces, but complementary aspects of effective education." As spring arrived and examination season approached, the students who had been working with Luna's cards felt a calm confidence that contrasted sharply with the anxiety gripping most of their classmates. They had learned to trust their understanding rather than fear their ignorance, to see examinations as opportunities to share what they'd learned rather than tests of their worth. The cards had prepared them not through drilling or cramming, but through genuine engagement with historical concepts and the development of confident, curious approaches to learning. They entered their History of Magic OWLs and New TCs with the same calm they'd learned to bring to their study sessions. But beyond academic preparation, the cards had given their users something more valuable, a transformed relationship with learning itself. They had discovered that education could be gentle without being easy, supportive without being indulgent, emotionally nurturing without sacrificing intellectual rigor. Luna's gentle quiz cards had become more than study tools. They were teachers in the truest sense, guides that helped students discover their own capacity for understanding and growth. They had created a small revolution in magical education, proving that the most effective learning happened when students felt safe, supported, and genuinely cared for. The magic that Luna had woven into those moon-water-soaked cards was the magic of compassion made practical, of emotional intelligence applied to academic challenge. It was magic that recognized learning as fundamentally human endeavor, one that flourished best in an atmosphere of kindness and mutual support. As the academic year drew to a close, the cards remained active in the castle, still providing their gentle guidance to any student who approached them with genuine desire to learn and grow. They had become part of Hogwarts itself, a permanent addition to the castle's long tradition of nurturing young minds through the challenging journey of magical education. Luna looked on with satisfaction as students who had once struggled with learning found joy in discovery, as academic competitors learned to celebrate each other's successes, as the very culture of education shifted towards something more humane and ultimately more effective. She had proven that magic at its best was always an act of care, and that the most powerful spells were often the ones that helped people be kinder to themselves and others. The gentle quiz cards continued their patient work, asking questions designed to nurture understanding, telling stories that made learning feel like coming home, and proving every day that education rooted in compassion was the most transformative magic of all. In the depths of the greenhouses, where patient observation reveals the secrets of growing things, another tale of transformed learning takes root. Seek, as our gentle cards rest in the wisdom of kindness made manifest. Living parchments prepare to demonstrate that the most profound understanding grows like the plants themselves, slowly, naturally, and with the careful attention of those who truly wish to learn. Join us for self-completing homework. Neville Longbottom sat hunched over his abology assignment in the Gryffindor common room, surrounded by the gentle chaos of evening study time. The fire crackled peacefully in the grate, casting dancing shadows across the worn Persian carpet, while around him his housemates bent over their own academic labors with varying degrees of enthusiasm and desperation. The familiar scent of old parchment and ink mixed with the lingering aroma of someone's half-eaten chocolate frog, creating the comforting atmosphere that had become synonymous with late-night studying. But for Neville, this particular Thursday evening in late October felt different from the countless others he'd spent wrestling with homework. The weight of accumulated assignments pressed down on his shoulders like a physical burden. 3 essays due tomorrow, 2 practical demonstrations he'd barely prepared for, and a potions analysis that remained stubbornly blank despite hours of anxious staring. His fingers were stained with ink from multiple false starts, and his usually neat handwriting had devolved into increasingly desperate scrawls as fatigue set in. His abology essay, a detailed examination of photosynthesis in magical plants, lay before him in a state of shameful incompletion. 2 inches of cramped handwriting struggled across parchment that bore the evidence of false starts and frustrated erasures. Smudges of ink marked places where he'd pressed too hard with his quill, and several torn spots showed where he'd scrubbed out entire sentences in frustration. Professor Sprout expected 4 feet of insightful analysis, but Neville's exhausted mind seemed capable of producing only the most basic observations. The irony wasn't lost on him that herbology, the one subject where he showed genuine aptitude, had become another source of academic anxiety simply because of the relentless pressure to transform intuitive understanding into formal written work. Neville knew plants the way others knew their favorite songs, by feel, by instinct, by a kind of wordless communion that didn't translate easily into the structured language professors expected. He could spend hours in the greenhouse watching the subtle signs that indicated when a plant was thriving or struggling, sensing the invisible rhythms that governed growth and rest. But translating that intimate knowledge into academic prose felt like trying to explain the color blue to someone who had never seen the sky. Around him, the common room hummed with the quiet intensity of students deep in their work. Hermione sat by the window, surrounded by a fortress of textbooks, her quill moving in quick, confident strokes across parchment. Harry and Ron were huddled together over what appeared to be a transfiguration essay, their voices low as they debated the finer points of vanishing spells. Even the first years seemed to be managing their homework with less difficulty than Neville was experiencing with his advanced assignment. He rubbed his tired eyes and tried once more to find words for what he understood about the way magical plants converted moonlight into growth energy, differently than their mundane cousins. The concept was clear in his mind. He could visualize the delicate cellular processes, could almost feel the way magical energy flowed through specialized plant structures. But every time he tried to capture this understanding in writing, the words felt inadequate, clumsy approximations of a truth that deserved better articulation. The parchment before him seemed to mock his efforts with its vast expanses of white space. He'd managed to describe the basic mechanics of magical photosynthesis, had even included a few relevant examples from his greenhouse observations, but the deeper connections, the elegant interdependencies that made magical plant life so fascinating, remained trapped in his mind, resistant to verbal expression. Despite his best intentions, Neville felt his eyelids growing heavy. The warmth from the fireplace, combined with the late hour and his mental exhaustion, created a soporific atmosphere that made staying alert increasingly difficult. His quill, still clutched loosely in his ink-stained fingers, began to droop toward the parchment as sleep claimed him. The last thing he saw was his incomplete sentence trailing off mid-thought. The relationship between lunar cycles and magical plant growth demonstrates the fundamental interconnectedness of. His last conscious thought was a familiar spiral of academic anxiety. Another assignment unfinished, another disappointment for Professor Sprout, another confirmation that perhaps his reputation for academic incompetence was deserved after all. But as Neville's breathing deepened into the rhythm of exhausted sleep, his head pillowing on his folded arms, something extraordinary began to happen to the parchment beneath him. At first it was barely visible, a faint greenish tinge spreading through the parchment fibers like ink through blotting paper. The change was so subtle that anyone passing by might have attributed it to a trick of the firelight or the shadows cast by Neville's sleeping form. Then, impossibly, tiny shoots began to emerge from the written words themselves, as if his incomplete sentences about plant growth had somehow taken his descriptions literally. Where he had written moonstone moss absorbs lunar energy through specialized cellular structures, delicate fronds of actual moonstone moss began to unfurl from the letters themselves. The silvery leaves caught and reflected the firelight in patterns that pulsed with their own gentle rhythm, creating a living illustration that demonstrated the very concepts Neville had struggled to describe. The scientific description was becoming a living demonstration, the parchment transforming into a miniature ecosystem that illustrated every concept Neville had wrestled with in his incomplete essay. The magic worked slowly, respectfully, responding to the depth of Neville's unconscious understanding of plant life, rather than to any deliberate spell or charm. Each botanical term he had managed to write, became a seed from which the actual specimen grew, creating a three-dimensional textbook that breathed and rustled and demonstrated its own properties through the simple act of being alive. Orij T. Imagi, seen by. His paragraph about root systems sprouted into an intricate network of hair-fine rootlets that spread across the parchment's surface before diving down into what appeared to be actual soil contained somehow within the two-dimensional space of the assignment. The roots pulsed with visible nutrients, tiny sparkles of magical energy that flowed from the soil up through the stems and into the leaves, showing the circulation patterns that textbooks could only describe in abstract diagrams. As the night progressed and Neville slept deeply, the magical garden continued to grow and develop. His half-finished discussion of seasonal growth patterns manifested as a time-lapse demonstration where miniature trees cycled through spring budding, summer flourishing, autumn dormancy, and winter rest in the space of minutes. His notes on magical plant defenses sprouted thorny barriers that retracted when approached with gentle intent and extended menacingly when threatened, providing a living lesson in botanical self-preservation. The assignment's margins, left empty by Neville's struggles with formal writing, filled themselves with complementary plant life that demonstrated concepts he hadn't even known he understood. Climbing vines spelled out additional explanations in curling green script, their words growing from the interaction between different plant species. Flowering plants bloomed in sequences that illustrated pollination cycles, their petals opening and closing in patterns that revealed the intricate dance of magical reproduction. When dawn light crept through the common room windows, filtering through the tall Gothic panes in shafts of gold and amber, Neville woke to find his desk transformed into something that belonged more in Professor Sprout's greenhouse than in a student dormitory. His neck ached from sleeping in an awkward position, and for a moment he felt disoriented, struggling to remember where he was and why he felt so stiff. Then he saw his homework, and the breath left his lungs in a rush of amazement. His parchment had become a living garden, complete with miniature weather patterns that created their own gentle rainfall to nourish the growing plants. Tiny creatures moved among the foliage, not real insects, but conjured demonstrations that showed pollination in action, seed dispersal by magical creatures, and the countless interactions that made up a healthy ecosystem. The soft sound of growth itself filled the air around his desk, a whisper like silk brushing against silk that he'd only ever heard in the deepest parts of the Forbidden Forest during his detention sessions with Hagrid. Neville sat up carefully, afraid that sudden movement might disturb whatever delicate magic had created this impossible scene. His movement caused a gentle stir among the plants, as if they were turning to acknowledge his presence with the eager attention of flowers following the sun. The essay he'd fallen asleep over was still there, but it had been completed by the living plants themselves. Where he had left blank spaces, vines had grown to spell out detailed explanations in curling green script that seemed to pulse with life. Where he had struggled to describe complex processes, flowers bloomed in sequences that demonstrated photosynthetic cycles with perfect clarity. But the most remarkable thing was that Neville understood it all, not just intellectually, but intuitively, in the same way he'd always understood plants but had never been able to articulate in academic language. Watching the miniature ecosystem cycle through its processes, he could see the connections between theory and practice, could feel the truth of botanical principles in ways that no textbook had ever managed to convey. The living homework wasn't just showing him information, it was translating his wordless plant knowledge into visible, comprehensible demonstrations. The magical garden responded to his attention with visible pleasure, leaves turning toward him like tiny faces seeking sunlight, flowers opening wider to display their educational demonstrations more clearly. A section devoted to defensive plant adaptations sprouted thorns that retracted when he approached with gentle intentions, then extended again to show their protective mechanisms in action. When he leaned closer to examine a particular flowering sequence, the plants slowed their demonstration, allowing him to observe each stage of the process with perfect clarity. Merlin's beard, breathed Dean Thomas, who had woken early for Quidditch practice and stumbled upon Neville's transformed homework while searching for his missing boot. Neville, what in the name of Godric Gryffindor did you do? The sound of Dean's voice, filled with wonder and amazement, began to draw other early risers from their dormitories. Seamus emerged from the boys' dormitory, his hair sticking up at odd angles and his eyes still heavy with sleep, only to stop short when he saw the living garden that had sprouted from Neville's desk. Is your homework growing?" Seamus asked, his Irish accent thick with sleep and confusion. Neville looked up with wonder still written across his features, his usually worried expression replaced by something approaching joy. "I don't know," he said honestly, his voice soft with amazement. "I fell asleep writing, and when I woke up this..." Word spread quickly through the common room as other early risers gathered around Neville's desk to marvel at the living homework. The magical garden seemed to enjoy the attention, putting on small displays of botanical magic for each new observer. When Hermione arrived, her bushy hair hastily tamed, and her arms full of textbooks for an early study session, the plants seemed to sense her analytical mind and began demonstrating more complex processes. "This is incredible," Hermione breathed, her academic instincts immediately engaging as she began asking detailed questions about magical plant reproduction. A section of the parchment obligingly responded to her curiosity, demonstrating the entire process through time-lapse growth that showed pollination, fertilization, seed development, and germination in a continuous cycle that was both beautiful and educational. Harry arrived soon after, drawn by the excited whispers that had begun to fill the common room. He knelt beside the desk to get a closer look at a fascinating section where carnivorous plants were demonstrating their hunting techniques on tiny conjured insects that appeared and disappeared with each demonstration cycle. "How does it know what to show us?" Harry asked, watching as a miniature Venus flytrap demonstrated its lightning-fast closure mechanism in response to his focused attention. "I think," Neville said slowly, still processing his own amazement as he observed the garden's responses to different viewers. "It responds to genuine curiosity. Watch, when you really want to understand something, the plants seem to sense it and show you exactly what you need to see." As if to prove his point, the section Harry had been examining expanded slightly, the carnivorous plants slowing their movements so he could observe the precise mechanism of their traps. The demonstration was patient, thorough, and somehow perfectly calibrated to his level of understanding. When Harry's attention shifted to wonder about how the plants digested their prey, the demonstration seamlessly transitioned to show the internal processes of nutrient absorption. Ron appeared last, summoned by the increasingly excited chatter of his housemates. His reaction was characteristically direct. "Bloody brilliant, Neville. How'd you manage this? Some sort of advanced transfiguration?" The plants rustled with what might have been amusement at Ron's suggestion, and a small section near the edge of the parchment began to demonstrate the difference between transfiguration magic and the natural growth processes they were displaying. Tiny animated diagrams showed how transfiguration imposed one form upon another, while the plant demonstrations revealed the organic unfolding of potential that lay dormant in every seed. As more students gathered around the living homework, Neville found himself in the unprecedented position of being the center of positive attention. Usually, when his classmates noticed his academic work, it was to offer sympathy for another failed assignment or to help him understand concepts he'd missed. But now they were looking to him with genuine admiration and curiosity, eager to understand how he'd achieved something so remarkable. "The thing is," Neville said, gaining confidence as he realized that the garden's responses confirmed his intuitive understanding of plant behavior, "I think it happened because I finally stopped trying to force my knowledge into the shape that textbooks expect and started letting it express itself naturally." Professor Sprout's reaction when Neville nervously presented his living homework later that morning was everything he could have hoped for, and more. Her eyes lit up with the kind of joy that only came from witnessing something she'd dreamed of but never expected to see in her lifetime. She stood in the doorway of the greenhouse for a full minute, simply taking in the sight of the thriving ecosystem that had grown from a student's assignment. "Oh, my dear boy," she said, her voice soft with wonder as she approached the desk that Neville had carefully levitated to the greenhouse for her examination. This is how plants prefer to be studied. Not through dry descriptions and memorized facts, but through patient observation and genuine relationship. She gestured to a section where night-blooming Sirius was demonstrating its rare flowering cycle, the magical timing compressed so that observers could witness the entire process in the span of a few minutes. The demonstration was breathtaking, petals unfurling like silk scarves in slow motion, releasing clouds of luminescent pollen that drifted through the air like fairy dust before settling on neighboring flowers to complete the pollination cycle. "This is teaching as it was meant to be," Professor Sprout continued, her voice thick with emotion. "Responsive, alive, adaptive to the learner's needs. You've created something that most magical botanists only dream of achieving." Neville felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the greenhouse's humid atmosphere. For the first time in his academic career, he felt truly seen and understood by a professor. "You mean it's correct, even though it's not written the traditional way?" Professor Sprout laughed, the sound as rich and nourishing as fresh soil after rain. "Written the traditional way. My dear Neville, this transcends traditional limitations entirely. You've created a teaching tool that responds to the observer's curiosity, that demonstrates rather than simply describes, that makes abstract concepts tangible and immediate." She knelt beside the living homework, pointing to a particularly intricate section where symbiotic plant relationships were playing out in miniature. Different species of plants were shown growing together, their root systems intertwining in patterns that demonstrated mutual support and nutrient sharing. The visual lesson was far more effective than any textbook diagram could have been. "This shows understanding that goes beyond textbook knowledge," she continued, her voice filled with professional admiration. "This is the kind of deep comprehension that comes from true affinity with the subject matter. You haven't just learned about plants, Neville. You understand them in a way that allows you to facilitate their own teaching." Over the following days, as word of Neville's remarkable homework spread throughout Hogwarts, his subsequent herbology assignments continued to transform themselves into living demonstrations. Each new essay became an opportunity for botanical magic to express itself through his unconscious understanding. His essay on magical plant propagation became a nursery where seeds germinated and grew at observable speeds, showing every stage of development from sprouting to maturity. Different types of seeds demonstrated their unique germination requirements, some needing darkness, others requiring light, some dependent on specific temperature ranges or soil conditions. The living homework created perfect environments for each species, allowing observers to see how environmental factors influenced plant development. His analysis of soil composition spawned different types of earth that plants could choose between, demonstrating their preferences through visible flourishing or decline. Rich black loam supported vigorous growth in some species, while sandy soil proved perfect for desert-adapted plants. Clay soil, often dismissed as poor-growing medium, showed its value for plants that required water retention and mineral density. Each living assignment taught Neville something new about both the subject matter and his own capabilities. He began to understand that his struggles with traditional academic work weren't failures of intelligence but mismatches between his natural learning style and conventional educational methods. The living homework revealed that he possessed a profound understanding of botanical magic that simply couldn't be captured in linear prose. But more than academic validation, the living homework was teaching him about patience and observation as forms of wisdom. As he watched his assignments grow and develop over days and weeks, he learned to match his own learning rhythm to the natural pace of understanding. Just as plants couldn't be rushed beyond their natural growing speed, genuine comprehension couldn't be forced through cramming or anxiety. Word of Neville's remarkable homework spread beyond Gryffindor Tower, drawing curious students from all houses to witness the impossible gardens growing from parchment. Ravenclaws came with analytical questions about the magic involved. Hufflepuffs arrived with practical concerns about plant care, and even Slytherins appeared, their interest piqued by the innovative applications of botanical knowledge. But what amazed visitors most wasn't the magic itself. Hogwarts was full of wonders that defied mundane understanding, but the way the living homework seemed to adapt its demonstrations to each observer's needs and interests. When Luna Lovegood visited, her dreamy attention focused on the more unusual aspects of plant behavior. The plants began to display their more mysterious properties. Flowers that supposedly bloomed only for true love opened their petals when Luna approached with her characteristic openness to wonder. Plants rumored to sing during thunderstorms began humming soft melodies that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. When Hermione studied the assignments, her systematic mind hungry for comprehensive understanding, the demonstrations emphasized theoretical frameworks and systematic relationships. The plants organized themselves into taxonomical groups, showing evolutionary connections and magical adaptations with the precision of a living textbook. For Harry, who approached the homework with his typical focus on practical applications, the plants demonstrated their defensive capabilities and healing properties. Medicinal herbs showed their effects on conjured tissue samples, while protective plants displayed warning signals and deterrent mechanisms that could be useful for someone who faced danger regularly. It's like the homework knows what each person needs to understand, observed Padma Patil, watching a section on moon cycle growing patterns adjust its demonstration to match her advanced understanding of astronomical influences on plant growth. The plants were showing her correlations between lunar phases and growth rates that went far beyond basic textbook information. Neville nodded, still marveling at his homework's responsiveness after weeks of observation. I think it reflects what I've always felt about plants, that they're not just subjects to be studied, but partners in the learning process. They want to share their knowledge, but only with people who approach them with genuine respect and curiosity. The living homework began to attract attention from professors beyond herbology, each bringing their own expertise to bear on the phenomenon. Professor Flitwick examined the charms work that allowed two-dimensional parchment to contain thriving three-dimensional ecosystems, marveling at magic that seemed to bend space itself without breaking any fundamental laws of magical physics. Remarkable spatial manipulation, he murmured, tracing the boundaries where parchment met soil with his finger. The magic creates what appears to be genuine depth within a flat surface, complete with proper drainage and root space. The theoretical implications alone could fill several research papers. Professor McGonagall observed the way the assignments adapted to different learners, recognizing profound applications for magical education theory. She spent considerable time watching how the plants modified their demonstrations based on each observer's knowledge level and learning style. All this represents a breakthrough in adaptive magical education, she told Professor Sprout during one of their collaborative observation sessions. The homework doesn't simply present information, it engages in genuine pedagogical dialogue with each student. But it was Professor Snape's reaction that surprised everyone most. The intimidating potions master spent nearly an hour studying a section where medicinal plants were demonstrating their healing properties, watching with the focused intensity he usually reserved for his most complex brewing processes. The plants seemed to sense his expertise and began showing increasingly sophisticated demonstrations. Healing herbs revealed the specific magical compounds they produced, illustrated proper harvesting techniques, and even demonstrated how their properties changed when combined with other ingredients. It was like watching a master class in potion ingredient preparation conducted entirely by the ingredients themselves. Remarkable, Snape murmured, observing how a patch of wound-healing moss responded differently to various types of injuries demonstrated on conjured tissue samples. The applications for practical potions instruction are significant. When Neville stammered an offer to let Professor Snape borrow the homework for his own classes, the professor's expression shifted subtly. For a moment, the usual sneer softened into something approaching respect. Mr. Longbottom, he said in a tone that held less acid than usual. This demonstrates a level of understanding that extends beyond mere academic achievement. You've created something that could revolutionize how we teach the practical applications of magical botany. The validation from his most intimidating professor left Neville speechless. but the living homework rustled approvingly, its plants seeming to glow slightly brighter in response to the praise. As word of the living homework spread throughout Hogwarts, other students began to seek Neville's advice about their own struggles with traditional study methods. He found himself in the unusual position of being consulted for his expertise, offering guidance to classmates who had previously seen him as academically inferior. The thing is, Neville explained to a group of struggling third years who had asked for his help during a greenhouse study session, the homework only works because I stopped trying to force my understanding into the shape that professors expected and started letting it express itself naturally. He gestured to his latest assignment, where a complex ecosystem was demonstrating the interconnectedness of magical plant communities. Root networks showed nutrient sharing between species, while above-ground portions demonstrated how different plants created microclimates that benefited their neighbors. I couldn't write about these relationships in the abstract way textbooks describe them, Neville continued, his confidence growing as he watched the third year's faces light up with understanding. But I could feel how they actually work. The magic just found a way to make my understanding visible. Susan Bones, who had been struggling with herbology since first year, watched in fascination as plants responded to her questions by demonstrating their answers directly. When she wondered aloud about how certain plants survived winter, a section of the homework shifted to show various survival strategies, some plants going dormant, others storing energy in roots, still others producing antifreeze compounds. But how do you make it happen? Susan asked, her voice filled with hope. The magic, I mean. Neville considered this carefully, watching as the plants around them swayed gently in response to their conversation. I think the magic comes from genuinely caring about understanding, not just about getting good marks, and from trusting that your own way of learning might be valid, even if it's different from what everyone else does. The living homework had taught him that observation was its own form of intelligence, that patient attention could reveal truths that frantic studying missed entirely. He'd learned to trust his instincts about plants, to let his natural affinity guide him toward understanding rather than fighting against his own learning style. Also, he added, thinking about the nights when his homework had grown most dramatically, it seems to work best when I'm not trying to control it. When I just let myself be curious and let the plants show me what they want to teach. Other students began to experiment with different approaches to their homework, encouraged by Neville's example to find methods that worked with their natural abilities rather than against them. While not everyone could create living assignments, many discovered that adapting their study methods to their personal strengths led to deeper understanding and less academic anxiety. The living homework continued to evolve as the school year progressed, developing new capabilities in response to Neville's growing confidence and expanding knowledge. His assignments began to demonstrate not just individual plant properties but entire ecological relationships that spanned the magical world. His final project, an analysis of the magical ecosystem in the Forbidden Forest, transformed his desk into a miniature version of that mysterious woodland, complete with the sounds, scents, and subtle magic that permeated that dangerous but fascinating place. Students gathered from all houses to observe the living forest, watching as it demonstrated predator-prey relationships, seasonal cycles, and the complex web of magical interactions that maintained the ecosystem's balance. The miniature forest was breathtaking in its complexity and accuracy. Tiny versions of the forest's magical creatures moved among the trees, showing their roles in seed dispersal and soil maintenance. Halter paths were marked by subtle changes in the undergrowth, while areas where unicorns had grazed showed enhanced magical properties in the remaining vegetation. Even more remarkably, the homework forest demonstrated the danger zones that most students never saw, areas where dark creatures left their mark on plant life, creating pockets of twisted growth that served as warnings to the observant. It was like having a guidebook to the forbidden forest written by the forest itself. The homework had become more than an academic exercise. It was a window into the living heart of magical botany, a demonstration of how much could be learned through patient observation and genuine respect for the natural world. Professor Sprout arranged for representatives from the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and the Ministry's Environmental Magic Office to observe Neville's living homework. The visit was both exciting and nerve-wracking for Neville, who had never imagined that his struggles with traditional academic work might lead to professional recognition. Their visit resulted in offers of summer internships and eventual career opportunities in magical conservation, recognition that Neville's unique gift for understanding plant life had practical applications beyond academic success. "You've rediscovered something we've lost in modern magical education," explained Lysander Scamander from the Environmental Magic Office, his eyes bright with enthusiasm as he watched the miniature forest demonstrate the effects of different magical influences on plant growth. The understanding that true knowledge comes through relationship and observation, not just memorization and testing. The official recognition was gratifying, but perhaps the most meaningful validation came from his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, when she visited Hogwarts to see his remarkable homework for herself. The formidable woman, who had spent years disappointed by Neville's academic struggles, stood in reverent silence as the living ecosystem demonstrated botanical concepts with patient grace. Tears gathered in her usually stern eyes as she watched plants respond to her presence with the same gentle welcome they offered to all sincere observers. The homework seemed to recognize something in her, perhaps the echo of her own deep knowledge of magical plants gained through years of tending her own extensive gardens. "Your parents would be so proud," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion as she watched a section of the homework demonstrate the healing properties of plants she herself had taught Neville to recognize during childhood visits. "They always said that real magic comes from understanding the living world, not from forcing it to obey abstract rules." As the school year drew to a close, Neville reflected on how profoundly the living homework had changed, not just his academic performance, but his understanding of his own capabilities. Orism toes to dinky, so callistic to stimumier. He discovered that what others saw as academic slowness was actually careful thoughtfulness, that his preference for observation over action was a genuine strength in magical botany. The living homework had taught him to trust his own learning process, to value depth over speed, to see his struggles with traditional methods not as failures but as invitations to find better ways of understanding. Most importantly, it had shown him that magic at its best was collaborative, responsive, and alive in ways that textbooks could never capture. His final herbology grade was outstanding, but more important was the confidence he'd gained in his own abilities, and the recognition that different minds might require different approaches to learning. The living homework had proven that academic success didn't require conformity to traditional methods, but rather the courage to let understanding express itself in whatever form felt most natural. Professor Sprout had asked him to consider leaving several of his living homework assignments in the greenhouse over the summer, where they could continue to grow and teach future students. The idea that his struggles and discoveries might help other students find their own paths to understanding filled Neville with quiet pride. "These will become permanent teaching tools," she explained, gesturing to the thriving ecosystems that had grown from his assignments, living textbooks that can adapt to each student's needs and learning style. "You've created something that will help students for generations to come." As he packed his belongings for the journey home, Neville looked back at his desk where his final assignment still flourished, a living testament to the power of patient observation and the courage to learn in one's own way. The miniature ecosystem rustled softly in the evening breeze from the open windows, its leaves catching the last light of the setting sun like thousands of tiny mirrors reflecting back the golden hour's gentle radiance. The living homework had taught him the most important lesson of his Hogwarts education, that magic was not about imposing human will upon the natural world, but about finding ways to work in harmony with forces greater than oneself. It was a lesson that would serve him well in whatever future he chose to cultivate, whether in magical conservation, advanced botanical research, or simply in the quiet satisfaction of understanding the green world that surrounded him. In the greenhouse, where his assignments would continue to teach long after his departure, new seedlings were already beginning to sprout from the soil where his understanding had taken root. The magic he had discovered would continue to grow, patient and persistent as the plants themselves, ready to nurture whatever students were wise enough to approach learning with open hearts and observant eyes. The living homework rustled one final time in farewell, its leaves whispering the eternal truth that Neville had finally learned to hear, that understanding blooms best in the soil of patient attention, and that the most profound magic grows slowly, naturally, and with the careful tending of those who truly wish to learn. In that whisper, carried on the evening air like seeds on the wind, lay the promise that such magic would continue to grow and teach and transform lives, as long as there were students brave enough to trust their own unique ways of understanding the world. Our magical journey through Hogwarts comes to a close for tonight. Now you'll hear the gentle crackling of the common room fire and soothing ambient sounds of the castle to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. These calming sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. May your dreams be filled with magic and wonder, and may you sleep as peacefully as if you were tucked away in your cozy four-poster bed in the dormitory. Good night, dear witch or wizard, until our next adventure in the wizarding world.